Welcome to the art stream that I forgot to hit record again. One of these days, I'm going to remember to do that. Quick recap. Normally, I'm painting minis. Today, I'm going to be putting together the Tallgeese Gunpla, Gundam Plastic Model Kit. And I've already made or built the SD version, but this is going to be the master grade version. But yeah, so high grade, real grade, master grade, or no, sorry, high grade, fighter grade, real grade, master grade, perfect grade, plus the SDs, and then like the gotcha machines. But yeah, so I'm going over the tools that I'm working on right now, or working with right now, I guess. And then we will get started. So, like I was just saying about tools, is you can use anything from like fingernail clippers to nail files to whatever you want, but you can get stuff that's officially branded, or like this is actually from the Gundam base that I got in Odaiba. This is these are from the Gundam base in Suwon, South Korea. I did actually get these from Suwon. These are official model tweezers. Good for the stickers, like that's what they're made for. Box cutter. So what happens is we'll just use this one as an example. Is that going to show up all right? Let's see about this guy. No, we'll go with the white. All right. So as an example, we're going to start with step 1, and then I can show you. All right. So it actually gives you a thing. So let's see if we can get this to show up on screen. There we go. All right. So you go in, you clip at where you're supposed to clip. And it comes off. Now it's still got these nibs, and you can go back and snip those nibs. You want it to be smooth. Oh my god. And you want it to be smooth and not like have a piece on it. So what I will do is I will organize these things in some kind of circle around me in like numerical order. So let's see, we've got an F, B2, this is H1, so that's going to go over there. This is a D, so that's going to go for F, C2, there's an I, so that'll go after the H, and I2, there we go. B1 to go with the B2, G1, we'll put that right there for now. These are, this is going to be C, so we already got like a C1 and 2, which, yeah, I got C2 in my hand. And then this is E, and this C1. Alright, so normally if there's more than one frame, I guess, they'll name it C1, C2, C3, blah, blah, whatever. This one is just C because this one are like rubber instead of plastic, and they're for like the joints. So if you see C1, 5, it'll be the 5th one on the C1 skeleton. If you see C5, it'll be on the C skeleton. And it's a real easy way of doing that. So let's see, we've got A, which is right here, and that'll go over here. This is the laser sword, so this is going to be like the last thing. We're going to put that right there. Let's see, I've got B1 and 2 right here, and then C1 and 2, and the C. So we're going to put the regular C right here, we'll put the C1 and 2 right here. And we got D, so we'll put it right here. E was right here. And F is there. G, H, and the I's. We'll put F right there. Okay. We'll put E and F right there. E, F, G, H, I. Alright, there we go. So, first part up is the body. And it tells you what body part you're building when you start, so that's nice. Step 1-1. We need the PC3. One beam. No. So PC3. So I don't snip that out. I really need to start remembering to hit record the second I hit start stream. Oh well. Oh, and PC5. I don't think I showed you because I don't know if this is going to focus enough. But if you see these little flags right here, 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 they have the numbers on them, so I know which part is which. And then C123. So it's going to be you guys. Stand you up. Alright, C1 23. It's going to be right here. You got to be careful to make sure you're not snipping off the wrong part, because that's going to mess everything up. I did that once when I was building a model airplane with my grandpa. It was a very complicated model that required glue and everything, and oh boy, I was not ready for that. I'd only ever done like a level 1 model before, and we went straight to level 3, which was something. Gunplas only ever require snapping together, sometimes screws, but no glue is required unless you break a part. So that's nice. It makes it kind of relaxing. So what I'll do is I'll snip it off, go back, make sure the biggest part of the nib is gone, has been sanded down and smoothed out, and then I'll go back and do a quick once over with one of my sander papers. So we're gonna zoom in. I'm gonna move the camera down so you guys can see a little bit better what I'm doing. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. And we're gonna, oops, I need to do that. There you go. Now you can see this lovely mat. It's a nice mat. It's a double-sided mat too. Gives you like angles and, yeah, let me show you. Like this. You got degrees, sizes of circles, measurements in centimeters, and then you got like sizes of circles and squares. Hey, yes sir, Mr. Skell. How you doing, Skellerman? We're doing Gunpla today. I thought I have a couple of Gunpla that I needed to finish building. I've got this one, a high grade Wing 0 that I'll build in airplane mode, and I've got the undesignated RX-78F00 from the Yokohama Gundam base. and then the 2 perfect grades. You hate jet engines. I'm not a huge fan of jet engines either. Uh, they're just so loud. Um, but I'm sure you have. Well, I'm not going to be building all of those today. The perfect grades alone are going to take 2 or 3 sessions. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to build Tallgeese today. The master grade version. And then, yeah, next time maybe we'll do the Wing Zero, and then do the F00, which is just the RX-78. Yeah, Tallgeese is nice. We'll do the RX-78-F00, which is just the Yokohama emplacement version of the whatchamacallit, the original. So it has like a different designation because they have like their own little story and lore as to how they came across it and everything. And if you ever get the chance to go to Yokohama to see it, I highly suggest it. It's very cool. But yeah, maybe I'll upload stuff onto TikTok and YouTube. Anyways, you joined us right in time. I just got finished explaining stuff, just clipped out the first couple of pieces, and about to put in the first couple of pieces. So this is literally step 1-1. Slightly different setup. I got the microphone over here instead of over there this time, so when reading chat and looking to see what I can see on the screen, to see what you guys are seeing, I'm more or less facing towards the microphone. So hopefully that will help everyone hear what's going on. So let's see, it says to put it, angle it like this, and then put it like this. Fits together nicely. And this one, it designates that this little hole is going to be on top and the big hole will be on the bottom. Everything else is the same. So that just slides in. And boom, we have step 1-1. Look at that. Amazing. 1-2 is going to require E1 and G1 9. So E1, that's going to be this guy. I wish I could find my blue snips. I don't know what happened to them. I need to find them. I'll find them this week. So E1. So E1. Yeah, I do love Tallgeese though. He's very cool. The pilot, I do love Zex Marquise. I love that guy to death. He's my favorite Char clone. He is very pretentious though. He's so pretentious. And then G1 9. That's weird. There's only one G, but they named it G1. Huh. G1 9. 9. Yep. So Gundam Wing was the very first Gundam series that I ever watched. It came on. Cartoon Network Toonami. But I only watched one episode of that before I started watching the original Gundam series. There is a big difference between the animations of both of those in terms of both art style and animation quality. I did eventually go back to finish the original Mobile Suit Gundam series, and I do love that series. It's so good. And I highly suggest anyone starting to watch Gundam just start there because it's the most basic of the Gundam series. It's the most basic Gundams and Gundam suits. That is not in a bad way. It's not like I'm like, oh, you're so basic. No, that's not what we're talking about. It's just easier to follow if you've never watched Gundam or any Gundam series, or any mech anime series. So it's just easier to follow, and the designs are what everything else that followed is based on. The original Gundam used the red, white, blue, and some yellow color scheme, and that's what almost every main Gundam has used as its color scheme. There have been a few exceptions to this, but for the most part, that's what every one of them has done. I used to watch this or listen to this podcast called Gundam Gundam. Can't remember what it was called now. Let me look that up real quick. It's Gundam. Oh, Mobile Suit Breakdown, the Gundam Project. No, Gundam Build Fighters was an anime. The podcast was a Mobile Suit Project, or Mobile Suit Breakdown, Gundam Project. And they break down episode by episode every single series, starting with the very first one. And they go into why people are, what names mean of both the characters and like the mobile suits, what each suit and style and side to the war and represents, history, how the first series is linked to World War II. It's just all of these different things. They do a fantastic job. I don't always agree with some of the I don't always agree with some of the things they're saying, but it is a fantastic podcast, and it's really fun to learn about how these Gundams got made. But in this Mobile Suit Breakdown, they talk about how the creator of Mobile Suit did not want to have the Gundam to be super colorful, and he certainly didn't want white base to be white. He wanted more military colors for it to make sense. In being in a war, it's not going to be super colorful because you need to like blend in and do camouflage and all this other stuff. But the producers weren't going to give him the money if he did that. They wanted colorful toys or colorful characters to make colorful toys to sell to children. And well, we know how that worked out. But he was actually so angry with having to use a white spaceship that he literally named it White Base. Like in English, in a Japanese show, it's called White Base. Like he was like, oh, you want to make me make a base completely white? Okay, fine. It's called White Base. And that's so petty, and I love it. But yeah, they do a good job. It's a husband and wife, and he's a longtime Gundam fan. She's Gundam noob, never having watched Gundam, and they talk about things. Sometimes they have guest stars like military type people. They have a literal rocket scientist friend who comes in and talks about the Earth re-entry and a couple of other things during different episodes. Very cool. Definitely suggest to go watch it. I need to get started back on it again. I stopped during Zeta. I actually need to finish Zeta, come to think of it. Maybe that's why I stopped. I caught up to the episode I was on. Yeah, that's what was going on. I caught up to the episode, and I wanted to watch the episode before I listened to the podcast. But yeah, so that's where that is. Anyways. Okay, next up. C1, again, 24, and 25. You gotta make it to Double Zeta and hate on it with me. Oh, absolutely. I'm going through all of the different series. I'm going through the UC timeline in chronological order. It's just Zeta's rough, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like it nearly as much as I did the original Mobile Suit Gundam or the other ones that I've watched. But yeah, I'm making it. I'm gonna get there. I promise. But there's one series that I hate above all others, and you know exactly which one it is, Skell. For those of you who don't know us, Zeta's like slapstick. Yeah, sometimes it's definitely. Although I don't think anything's as slapstick as them slapping poor Armoro every time he had a breakdown. For those of you who don't know, Skell and I actually know each other in real life, and we like to. Turn A is certainly one of the most series that have ever been made. It is certainly some decisions that were made during the production of that, and they were decisions to have been made. What is that? H116. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, we're talking about Turn A Gundam, which is technically, chronologically, the last Gundam that it attempted to connect all the different Gundam timelines together. And it certainly tried to do that. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the art style or the designs. How could you not like the Gundam that comes with a tiny cow for scale? I mean, these come with the pilots for scale. That's literally what I'm about to put together as we're speaking. So, C31, which is... Oh, sorry, H116. This technically comes with two, because this actually has both the seated version and the standing version of Zex Marquis. Also, well, no, I'm not going to do that. Just in case any of my viewers have never watched this Gundam, I'm not going to say what I was about to say. So, and then I need a C131. Oh, there it is. Now, eventually, on some of my Gundam model kits, probably the high grades that I built years ago, didn't do a very good job, but so I don't really care that much about them. I'm going to try to do things like battle damage and do practicing on that so that I can get better at it to do it on like the master grades and whatnot, so I can make it look really nice. But yeah. So yeah, so we got those clipped. Let's do a little bit of sanding, and there we go. I also encourage any viewers that I do get to join us in the chat. I will respond to almost anything. I do not talk about politics. I don't care what side it is. I don't care what it's about. I don't care anything about that. In real life, I will talk about it, but on here, this is for art and story and like mechanics sometimes. Talk about how things work, but I do not talk about that stuff on here. This is free of all that mess. But yeah, anything about Gundam or storytelling or art, like why I'm doing what I'm doing right now, to smooth it out so they fit together better, things like that. I will talk about that stuff all day. I want to talk about story of different series, that's fine. Just let the chat know that if it's a spoilery type thing. I already know how all the different Gundam series turn out, so even if I haven't actually watched the series, I know how it turns out. So it's not really spoiler territory for me. Just let the chat know that it's a spoiler. But for those of you who will, I'll try to, well, I mean, for right now, you're like the only one who ever comments, with the exception of like one or two other people, so it just helps keep me talking, so that's fine. Um, uh, yeah. For those of you who don't know, Gundam is what is known as a meta series, whereas it's um, you have the Gundam brand, and then you have the Gundam series, which is like the original Mobile Suit Gundam series. But then you've got like Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam, which is a sequel. It's like 10 years, it's some years after. I think it was 7 years or something. Anyways, and then Double Zeta, which is however many years after that, and then you've got like Char's Counterattack, which is after that, and then all this other stuff, and that's all in the UC or Ultimate Century, Universal Century timeline. So those series do not necessarily have to be viewed in order, but it does help with knowing the different relations between the different characters and how they function together. But you don't necessarily have to watch them. So if you wanted to start with Unicorn Gundam, because you saw some of the animations and you like that, that's fine. It's perfectly reasonable. Word side timelines like correct century. Oh, excuse me. Correct. Which one was the correct century? I can't remember which series that was. I know they have the Anno Domine, which is the Gundam 00, which I did really like until the last bit. I thought they jumped the shark and took me out of it, but up until that point, I really liked it. And I think it was technically in the movie that they did the shark jumping that was like set after the series, so you can watch the series without really having to worry about that. Anyways, and then you have the After Colony, which is this series, the Gundam Wing series, with Hiro Yui, Duo Maxwell, Katsuro Baba Winner. Turn A so far, and you see it doesn't really affect anything classified as correct century. Oh, okay. I see. That's why I don't recognize it. I don't think they ever actually said it in the first 8 episodes. Let's see. Then you got the Anno Domine, which is 00. You've got I want to say it was this. I can't remember what Seed and Seed Destiny were. Was it CE or? Anyways, you got a bunch of different Gundam series, all in their own little timeline. So you can watch some of the series without having to worry about having to watch all of the series, because if you look it up, there's a lot of series, and a lot of people see that and they get overwhelmed. But most of the different series are standalone. There's only the one. So you have like Gundam Wing. It has like a 3-episode miniseries, OVA. It was turned into a movie called Endless Waltz. So you have like a show and a movie, or a show and a miniseries, or otherwise known as a whatchamacallit. Let's put Zex in his chair. OVA. Show and OVA. And then you've got like Seed, which is a series, and Seed Destiny, which is its sequel series. Depends on who you talk to whether or not that one's a good one. I am sort of half and half on that, because the animation is not great. How they draw people, they need to go back and take some anatomy lessons. Like, it's not great. They reuse a lot of shots, which is unfortunate. And it is basically carbon copy of the original Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam. It's really good for its own thing. Oh yeah, Iron Blooded Orphans, fantastic. It's so good. Iron Blooded Orphans is so good. I will say that it is the only Gundam series that I do not like the Char clone. I don't. And for those of you who don't watch Gundam, or just maybe you watch it but you're not part of like the culture and lingo, Char Aznable was the main antagonist for the original Mobile Suit Gundam series. But he was so popular amongst the fan base that he... I should have painted Zex before I put him in there. I thought it was going to be a little bit more open. Oh well. That every single Gundam series after that has had a masked character, because he wore a mask, and every single series has had a masked character, and he is known as a Char clone. This is actually Zex Marquise, who is Gundam Wing's Char clone. But yeah, Iron Blooded Orphan's Char clone is... he's not. They're usually morally gray. This guy is definitely just in the evil category. Like, he's not a good person. He's gonna have his defenders, as everyone, like, every character has their defenders. There's people defending Maleficent. There are people defending Jafar. People defend the Joker. Like, everyone's gonna have their defenders. But this guy, woof. It's gonna be rough to defend. Alright, next step. We need G118. G118, G118. Here we go. But yeah, Zex is really cool. He's very wordy. He's like a... I don't know, like if you took J.R.R. Tolkien and combined him with Char Aznable, you'd get Zex Marquise. I'm also not a huge fan of Unicorn's Char clone, but you'll get there. Yeah, I watched like the first episode or two of Unicorn, and then I was like, this looks a lot like the original Mobile Suit, and I looked it up, and it was like, oh, this is in the future of that timeline. I'm going to stop and then work my way back up to it. I don't know, I'm weird like that. I need to watch these kind of things in order. E6. Oh, there we go. But yeah, so there's that. But yeah, the Char clones are always something. They're usually the best pilots, like even more so than the main characters. It's just the main characters usually have the better suits. In terms of capabilities, not necessarily in terms of design. So, whereas my favorite Gundam is the Wing Zero, not the custom from Endless Waltz, but the Wing Zero, or I guess now it's known as the Proto Wing Zero, from the original, from Gundam Wing, the series. I love that one. I don't like the Angel Wings. However, I may just get another Endless Waltz Master Grade for Tallgeese. That way I can kit bash it with the Angel Wings, because I saw someone did that and it looks so good. So I might just do that. I might buy a second one and build it and then kit bash it together with the Angel Wings, because it just looks fantastic. But yeah, so I really like the Death Scythe from Gundam Wing. I think it's a fantastic design. I love the pilot, Duo Maxwell. But yeah, so it occurs to me I didn't finish my sentence earlier when I was naming off the Gundam pilots for Gundam Wing. So usually there's only one Gundam pilot in a series. Sometimes there are more, but usually only one. In Gundam Wing, there are 5 Gundam pilots. There's Hiro Yui, who pilots the Wing Gundam, and then later the Wing Zero Gundam. There's Duo Maxwell, who pilots the Death Scythe. Baba Winter, uh, who pilots Sandrock. There's Troa Barton, who pilots the Heavy Arms. And then there's Wu Fei, who pilots the... First it was the Shenlong, and then it was the Nataku, or maybe it was the other way around. Maybe it was Nataku first, and then Shenlong. For the most part, I prefer the Endless Waltz versions of each of those Gundam suits. The only one that I don't prefer is the Wing Zero, because I think it looks better with the mechanical wings than the angel wings. But that is my opinion. It is not a fact. It's just what I think. There we go. Slide that in. And slide this on like so. Oh, shoot. I'm not on screen again. I do apologize. Sometimes that happens. There we go. Bam, look at that. We already got like a little... And there's little Zex Marquis in there. Alright. C121. And if I'm not on screen and you guys catch it before I do, let me know in the chat. Because I'm just not used to it yet, and I'm still working on that. Like my hand was over the mat, so I thought I was on screen, and then like the screen didn't start till right there. So that's my bad, and I apologize. C21. I didn't really care for Build Fighter's Char clone because it was just so dumb. Like there was no reason. He's instantly recognized. There's no reason for him to have been wearing a mask. It was just an excuse to have a masked guy. There will obviously, as I said, be spoilers in some of these chats. It's just so they have the mask. Yeah. But I'm going to try not to give away anything that's like super important to the story. It's the reason I didn't say what Zex Marquis' other name is. Another name that he goes by in the series. But if you've seen the original Gundam series, you're going to be able to guess. They're very formulaic, but they're always so good. Well, not always. There's always the odd man out that's not fantastic. You know, like Turn A. If there are fans of Turn A, other than Skell in this chat, or in any of the videos that I'm post up to YouTube after they're recorded, I apologize. I don't apologize to you, Skell, just because we're friends and we know where we stand. PC9. It's just for the meme at this point. I will eventually run out of Gundam series, and I will have to watch it just to say that I've seen all of them, but it's... Man, I tried. I didn't try as hard as I did with One Piece, which I know, hot take, I do not like One Piece. But that was for a girl, so Char clone is Concho. Yes, Concho vagina. Not a fan of One Piece. Yeah, it's just like, it's not a terrible series. I don't like the art. I don't particularly care for most of the characters. I do like Zoro when he's not getting lost to an absurd degree. And I do actually like Tony Chopper. Like, he's my favorite out of the entire One Piece series. I love Tony. He's great. Well, Chopper. But the fights are really good. Like, they're well animated. It's just, I'll go on YouTube and watch that rather than having to sit through the series as a whole. Um, I made it through like 800 episodes of that thing because one of my exes really liked it. Uh, and I got through, what was his name? The flamingo guy. The dumb flamingo. Um, and I just couldn't anymore. They kept cutting away from the fight to go look at other side characters and what they were doing, and it's like, stop doing that. I'm interested in the fight. I don't care about these other guys. You're spending entirely too long on them, and is making this fight that should have been like 5 episodes last 25 episodes. Even finished 100 episode show that I like. Like I said, that one I got that far because of a girl. Like, my ex really liked it, so I watched it just so we'd have something to talk about, or something more to talk about, because like she would watch some of my shows, so I thought, you really like this, I will watch this. It was torture. I hate that series. I like the idea of that series. Like, I thought the idea was really good, just the like the concept, but just so many things that had zero bearing on anything else. Grey's Anatomy was in the show that I would watch because she liked. I think I picked on it too much while watching it, and I think she didn't really care for that. To be fair, she picked on my shows too, and I picked on my shows. Nothing is without sin. Not even my favorite, Star Wars. There are many plot holes, even outside of the Disney ones. Still my favorite. But yeah. So yeah, One Piece, not a fan. Um, Gundam, very much a fan. Love Gundam. Gundam's great. A 16 and 17. Ooh, we got some color going on. Golden Kamui is a good treasure hunting show that isn't 1,000. Golden Kamui. I don't think I've heard of that one. Golden Kamui. I've heard of Golden Boy, but that's not a treasure hunting show, so it's definitely not the one you're talking about. Golden Kamui. Hmm. 16, 17. Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Do you know if Crunchyroll has that? Probably. I highly recommend starts during the Russo Japanese War. Oh, interesting. So it's like anime historical, it's historical. I need to find some good music to be playing during this stuff that's not copyrighted. Because I don't know how. I need to look up to see how that works. Like, it would be cool to be playing like some Gundam music during this from the different Gundam series since I'm building these. But I don't know if that's going to get me copyright straight. So I'm not doing that. I bet they leave the war pretty quick and come treasure. Oh, fair enough. Oh, right, because YouTube's not going to see the chat. Skell says, Golden Kamui is a good treasure hunting show that isn't 1,000 episodes long. Highly recommend. Starts during the Russo-Japanese War. and then says that the starts off in the war, but they leave it pretty quick and become treasure hunters. So I haven't seen it, but if Skell recommends it, it's probably pretty good series. I trust him in most things when it comes to series recommendations. Yeah, I need to look up, see what the copyright stuff is, so that I can. How am I? Oh, it's because I went up too far. That's why I'm off. Oh, I see. So we're gonna do this. Scoot over a little bit. I was like, I'm directly above it, and the entire mat's on screen. But it's because it's at an angle, and I had gone up too far. All right. Let's get some color in here. 16, 17. So they're gonna be up like this. And it's gonna go here? No, it's gonna go in here. Yep. Alright, so there we go. Got a little bit of color in it. Fantastic. And if it's, let's see if I can get it to show up without blurring. Alright, so you can see this gray piece here and this gray piece here. That's the yellow. And you can see that it goes in behind this white tab, which is in behind the white, which is gray here. So that's how it'll show you, so that you can really see what you're doing and how you're supposed to do it. It's just like the less colorful version of the Legos builder kits. It's in black and white instead of in color. Alright, so I'm supposed to also put this like this, and this like this. Ta-da! Alright. Okay, so E10 and 14. 10, 14. So here's 14. And the next step is going to have 15. So I'm going to go ahead and cut that out too, since these are going to be the wing portions. So this is 15. That's going to go over here, because 14 is first. And then 10 and 11. So there's 9, 10. I'm gonna go ahead and do the next step as well, which is gonna be F1 and 3. In most Gundam series, minus like the Build Fighters, and the SD Gundams, it's going to be Earth versus colonies. Most of the time, the main character is going to be piloting the Gundam for Earth. Sometimes he's piloting the Gundams against Earth. So when he's piloting it for Earth, that's the original Mobile Suit Gundam piloting it against Earth. Excuse me. That is the Gundam Wing. They're fighting for the colonies. To be honest, I do not remember what side the Turn A guy is on. Is he fighting for the moon against Earth, or is he fighting? I honestly don't remember. But usually the conflict is one side is being very tyrannical and the other side is trying not to be under that tyranny. But it's never super cut and dry. It's not like in the original Star Wars where they're the rebellion, they're fighting against the tyrannical empire and they're the good guys just unequivocally. In Gundam, there is a better side to root for, but you can see maybe where the other side is coming from. But both sides are generally kind of bad people. The government, not the individuals. Individuals, yeah, you'll get some morally gray characters, but you'll also, even with like the best of characters, they're not going to be just paragons of virtue. And usually if it's a bad character, unless it's just like a one-off guy for a single episode, the bad characters aren't just going to be pure evil either. Everyone's got a little bit of good and a little bit of evil. Some, and most of them's got more of one than the other, but usually it's kind of in balance. For example, Amuro Ray, who is the protagonist of Mobile Suit Gundam, the original series, he is a good person. He is a good person, but he's also grown up with very, like, relatively little strife and conflict, and he's kind of scatterbrained, but he's a genius and able to learn very quickly about a bunch of different things. Hence why he pilots the Gundam, because he's kind of the only one who could at first. But the he does get fed up with things very easily. He thinks he should be treated better because he's like ace pilot kind of thing, but he does kind of run away at a point because he's just so overwhelmed. But he fails to realize at first that everyone on White Base is overwhelmed. Like, they are all just exhausted. They're all doing their part. He's not the only one. Granted, they are putting a lot of responsibility on him. They are putting a lot of weight of responsibility on him. Not meaning to. It's just how that works. And unlike everyone else, he does run away. For a little bit, he does come back. But that's like a good person with a bit of bad. And then you have people like Char Aznable, who, he's a bad guy. He is. He's very cool. Whole message of Gundam is how war. Okay, Skell says the whole message of Gundam is how war is an evil thing that has no winner, even if you have the best intentions, and even if you come out on top. That is very true, and it's what I like about Gundam. Like even, like sometimes, war is necessary, and I know there's going to be a lot of people who say no, it's not. War is never necessary. Granted, if the bad people never started a war, there wouldn't be any war, and that's fine. That'd be great. That'd be fantastic. No war. Great. But sometimes evil people get uppity. And I know it's the cliche go-to, but Hitler and the Nazis, they got uppity, and they started some stuff. Now, if you're saying war is never the right option, I would like you to go to like the United Nations and all the countries in the world and show them your better option for fighting off someone like that. We'll wait. But sometimes it is necessary to fight bad people. Now, what constitutes a bad person? That is a bit more complicated. This is... Oh, it goes like that. So for the Principality of Zeon, Earth and the Earth Federation, bad people. And granted, they were not innocent. Can be necessary, but it's never good. Yeah, exactly. Can be necessary, but it is never good. And I 100% stand by that. But there are some people out there who say that it is never the right option to take. Like, I'm sorry, but sometimes you got to defend what is good. But yeah, so Char Aznable, very cool dude. Kinda like politics territory. We are sliding into politics territory. That's one reason why I like using the Nazis, is because I don't care what your political thing is. That's not a good side. Like, you can't, there's no really defending the Nazis. That's why I like using them. And also because the Principality of Zeon is kind of based off of those guys. So, there's that. But Char Aznable, cool guy, excellent pilot, like, fashionable. Like, the guy is just well dressed, always, even in his sleeveless vest shirt thing with the high collar and the glasses. Like, cool dude, epitome of cool. Kind of genocidal, not very cool of him. In trying to push individual excellence, kind of went off his rocker. So that's one reason why I like Zex Marquise. Question a minute. he definitely was the epitome of cool. He did kind of blow up the earth. Yeah, he's not a good person, and I am in no way defending him. Just his sense of style, man. Like, I don't know what it is about, like, these evil empires, but they always have, like, the coolest sense of style. Like, their uniforms are just on point. Let's see, this goes in here. And this goes in here. These will hold the wings. Look at that. Got the makings of a robot. Villains are sexy. A lot of times they really are. A lot of times they really are sexy. But yeah, so there's that. Let's see. So now we need G17. There we go. G17. sometimes the Earth is the good guy, like in Mobile Suit Gundam, um, and or I guess the protagonist side, but such as in Mobile Suit Gundam and Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny. Well, no, Gundam Seed. Seed Destiny, not so much. But even the protagonist side, the good guys, they do things. They're called war crimes. And oh boy, do they commit some war crimes. Like, my god. Skell just said he's reading about his little robot men, and they keep having scenes where I'm like, just kiss already. This is your Necron book, right? From Warhammer? This is what you're talking about? Because technically, like, these are little robot guys, too. These aren't sentient. Oh, I also needed a G116. Each series of Gundam has a different theme as well. Yeah, the Necrons and their immortal squabbles. Yep. Okay, so he's reading different Warhammer books, and his chosen army in the game is the Necrons. So he's reading about these guys, and that's what he was talking about. His little robot men. But yeah. So C122. Okay. But yeah, each series of Gundam has a different theme to it, and once you know the theme, it's real interesting to look at things. So, like Mobile Suit Gundam, like its theme is like World War II, right? The original Mobile Suit Gundam. And then like Japanese history and things like that for the naming conventions. In Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny, it's sort of I guess operatic, maybe, like German and some Christian things. So you'll have, I do like how Zeon and the Fetties kind of take turns being more bad. Yeah, that's true. They do. Well, it's like it's not a sliding scale. It's a what's it called? It's almost like whataboutism, but not really. It's like, well, you were bad, so we pushed ourselves to beat you, so we had to be bad in order to do that. And then the other side's going, well, you were bad, so we had to be more evil to try to beat you because we couldn't do it the right way and be noble about it. And then it's like, well, you did this, and it just, but yeah, that's exactly how it worked. It was just taking turns. But in like Seed and Seed Destiny, you'll have Christian and Germanic terms and names. So like instead of White Base, it's called the Archangel. And then they have like the Lohengrins and Tristan's and Isolde. So it's like old operas and plays and things that are the naming convention. And in Gundam Wing, I need to look it up because this is just my theory, but it's clear to me that it's based on Napoleon and the French. Like, the uniforms are very French, and you got one guy who is like the leader of his side, and then he gets exiled, and then he comes back, and everyone follows him, and like he's clearly Napoleon. I could be wrong. I haven't looked it up, but just watching it, it's like, yeah. Even the art style is very like a painting. Like it looks like a painting. So it's especially the backgrounds. Like the backgrounds are really what I'm talking about when I say like a painting. But yeah. Like I've got a bunch of different Gundam themed things, not just Gunpla, but also like I had a Gundam baseball jersey made when I was in Korea last time. I should have been wearing that. I should have worn that today. I'm not doing painting, so I didn't need my painting shirt. Oh, I should have done that. You know what? This will take like 30 seconds. Oops. I know it's sideways, and I apologize for that, but ta-da! Again, to the back. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Here we go. Yep. Oh. So yeah, there's that. So I had that made last time I was in Korea. I'll probably make another thing. You know. Put that back. Yeah, the jerseys in Korea are really cool. So, I went to the guy wanting a Gundam themed jersey, right? And he. I wonder if I can. No, I don't have a room for that. Maybe, well, I gotta figure out a better placement for this camera so it's not like all this open space here. Can I turn that sideways? I don't think I can. Oh, well, maybe I can. Hang on. I'll figure it out for next time. I'm not gonna spend my stream trying to figure out. I'll figure it out next time. See if I can get this to fill the screen instead of having this extra space. But yeah, so he had to make a new thing for the embroidery of the letters. Like he hadn't used that military stencil font before, so he had to make that for the Gundam and then the RX-78. And then he also hadn't made the shield on the left arm. So he needed to make a new one for that too. But yeah, it's great. I loved it. I also have like Gundam themed Bluetooth sunglasses. Like they're blue blocker glasses with Bluetooth microphone and speakers, directional speakers, so I can listen to stuff and other people can't hear me or hear what I'm listening to. So those are really cool. They're themed after Char Aznable and his red Zaku. And then I've got the Earth Federation parka, which, let me tell you, fantastic. It is a special edition from, I forget what the company name is. I'll have to look and tell you next time. But they make extreme cold weather gear. And this one they made Gundam themed. And it was fantastic. I wore it to the Snow and Ice Festival, the Yuki Matsuri in Sapporo when I went there last February. And my legs were cold, but my like chest and arms, not cold at all. That thing is fantastic. But yeah, so I guess like some Gundam themed things. I forget why I was mentioning I have these Gundam themed items. I don't know. Anyways, get back to building. Alright, so we've got that stuff sanded down. So this, and then this goes here. And this goes down on top of it. Cool. Alright. And then this is going to go here. It's going to make his hips. Come on. Pop in there. Why are you not popping in there? What the? I should not have to put that much effort. Holy smokes. Why is it not snapping into place? Yeah. There we go. I didn't want to break it, but man, that one was difficult. Yeah, the snap models. I'm glad that Gundam, their levels are just how many pieces and how detailed it is, rather than like the American ships and planes and cars where the level is the difficulty, I guess. So like your level 1 models are push fit, and then like your level 2 are push fit and glue, and your level 3 is like almost entirely glue. And it's just, I don't particularly care for those. Like, I get it, and it is a lot more skill involved, but it's not fun for me. It's not my thing. But these are my thing. All right. What's it doing? Okay. H110. I also got one of the Jersey places. Young me absolutely mangling old tank models with so much glue. Yeah. I did a pretty good job on that airplane that I had made before. It was like a 747 or something like that. But like I said, my mom and I didn't know it either. But my mom didn't know that level 3 was like almost entirely glue. And I was a teenager, so I had more dexterous control. But my grandpa also helped me out a lot in holding pieces together. So it didn't turn out quite as badly as it would have if I'd tried to put that thing together on my own. C134. But yeah, I much prefer the push fit models. Like sometimes I have to use glue on these guys. That's my own fault. Like when I made a Metal Garurumon from Digimon, I dropped a piece, and when I pushed my chair back to look for it, I ran over that piece, so I had to glue it together. It looks okay, but you can tell. But yeah, I need to get the regular Metal Garurumon and a War Greymon, because I have like a super detailed model version of both of those, and the Omnimon. I think it's Omnimon. Anyways, or Omegamon. It used to be Omnimon, now it's Omegamon. And then I've got the regular screen accurate version of Omegamon, or Omnimon. And 34. Where's 34? Oh, there it is. So I need to get the screen accurate versions of Metal Garurumon and War Greymon, so I can have both sets. I do not have the skill to be doing like the kit bashes where people make the moving models that light up and like have the computers and like move around and stuff. I do not have those skills. So if anyone is watching these hoping to see that, I mean, maybe sometime in the far, far future, but alright, so this goes like this, and this goes like this, and slides on there, and this goes on top of here. Yep. Okay. H1, 5, and 7. Alright. Just 5 and 7? Oh, and 6. Let's see, what else? So yeah, I really like Gundam Wing. It's one of my favorites. Sex Marquis is really cool. I love his mobile suit of from later in the series, because he didn't have this one at first. Tallgeese was not at the beginning of the series. Use this to get in there. But yeah, his sense of style is unmatched as well. And he is a Char clone. Like, he's more than just like, oh, he's a masked guy. He's Char clone. Like, he was... You have Char Aznavour and Zex Marquis. So, friggin'... And then you have... they're both blonde. They're both excellent pilots. They both work as antagonists to the Gundam pilots. Char is known as the Red Comet. Zex is known as the Lightning Count. Like, he is a Char clone through and through. But he's also kind of a better person. Like the part everyone memes on where the main guy tells the girl he'll kill her. To be fair, there was a reason for that. He was on a top secret mission, and he wasn't supposed to let anybody see him. But he never followed through with this. It was so stupid. I also don't really like. I like Hero, but I do not like Relina Peacecraft. Uh, I think she's just annoying and kind of useless. But yeah, I do like that same scene where he rips the. It's funny because it's in the first damn episode and we get no context until later. I mean, there's a little bit of context in that she did find him passed out on the beach after having crashed his Gundam. Like, she didn't see the Gundam, but she did see his face from the spacesuit and everything. So there was a little bit of context. Kind of useless is the mantra of most Gundam ladies. I will have you know, good sir, it's only a few of the Gundam ladies, okay? There are plenty of them that are not useless. So I haven't seen Char's Counterattack. I don't know about that one chick. But even in the first one, I can't. I'm blanking on her name. The one who had a crush on Amuro at the start. She helped like take care of the kids and make sure everyone was like fed and everything. Like, that is not useless. She did an important job, and she even branched out towards the end of it, like learning new skills to help out more in like the battle stuff, as well as helping keep everyone fed and clothed and healthy and everything. Like, it's an important job. She was not useless. Relina, I think she did like one or two useful things, but for the most part, she was a Sakura through and through, who did one or two useful things, and that was about it. So, what is her name from the first series? The one that really liked Amuro. Oh, there's a sticker on this guy. I'll go ahead and put this because it's not going to get in the way of the sticker placement. That's supposed to go on a little further. There we go. And then what is her name? It's gonna bother me. Gundam Amuro. No, we'll just look up Mobile Suit. Mobile Suit Gundam. Goals. What is her name? No. Just look up characters. Frau Bo. No, yeah, Frau Bo. Yep, you got it in the first one. Lala was Char's lady, though. She was not useless. Exactly. Lala was not useless. Absolutely not. Frau Bo, not useless. Sayla was... Which one was Sayla? Sayla was... Which one? Gundam. Sayla. Oh yeah, she was not useless either. She was definitely... Like, they all had their... Like, they weren't out there being ace pilots, but they were not useless. They did things that were important to the safety and preservation of the ship and crew. Sorry, I get really... I hear this a lot from not from you, but just from people talking about like older things, and they'll just be like, "Oh, the women were useless." Like, no, they just weren't the main characters, so they didn't get the ace pilot stuff. They did side things, but those were useful to what was going on, and it just I don't know. But yeah, uh, those those ladies, very cool. Loved them. They were great. And then you two Gundam ladies. Yeah. What were the two other than Relina? Like, what was the other one? Let's see. Oh, right, sticker. All right, so, put that there. Sticker 4. So these stickers are tiny. The one from Charles Count. Oh, okay. These tiny, tiny little dots. You can't. Sorry, tiny little dots. Like, look at the size of this friggin' red dot. Tiny stickers. Okay. So it goes here. I do apologize. I did lose my cool in that. Um, I just get so passionate about the different Gundam series. All right, now let's see. You see the little red dots? Those are the stickers. So yeah, he's got like little vents on the front. Those are the yellow pieces. I'm trying to make it so you can see like the actual vent lines, but it's not. There we go. There we go. Bam. It also comes with these. I don't think they tell me to put these on, but I could be wrong. So these are like the stuff we'd see if we were the maintenance crew. And usually they don't tell you to put these guys on, so these are up to you to add like details to your thing. And I usually don't, but I think I might for this one. I think I might actually put these on. We will see. It'll be like the last thing we do. So yeah. All right. So next up, H19. Ooh, that whistled. That hurt my ears. H19. Love a well done series about a Gundam main. I would absolutely love a well done series about a Gundam maintenance crew. Like, I understand it wouldn't be the most exciting thing in the world to watch, especially for people who don't work in maintenance and don't know the hardships that come with that. Uh, just how are we gonna get this part? Well, you need to order the part. Yeah, but we don't have any of the parts. Order it anyways. What good is that gonna do? But yeah, I would love that. That'd be great. And while visiting the 1-to-1 scale Gundam statues, uh, the one at Yokohama and the one at Odaiba, and then I have plans to go see the other one in September in Fukuoka. Um, just seeing the scale of these things and knowing about like not all of the tech necessarily, but like the engines and like stress points and stuff like that. They put the sticker, well not the stickers, but like they put the labels on there like see manual for torque value or uh, release after every flight and like all these other things. Like it's removed before flight stuff all over the different points in the Gundam that it would be if the Gundam was real. And like looking at that and knowing how it works with just planes, it would be a nightmare. But I mean, I'd work on a Gundam before I work on a plane, anyways. But yeah, that would be an absolute nightmare, and I think would make a pretty good series. You could, Skell says you could traumatize it and do some stuff about the Gundam being grounded, and they have to fix it on a time crunch. The little rescue arrows by handles and stuff. Yeah, those are the kind of things. Like it's, I took pictures of some of the ones like at the feet, and then because I couldn't get any higher on the Unicorn Gundam at Odaiba, but the RX-78 F00 at Yokohama, I did take some pictures of higher up because they have like a placement. Oh, excuse me, to go see that higher up. See, so this goes right there. Bam. Now, let's see if I can get it to focus. Focus. Stop shining so bright. There we go. Okay, there we go. But yeah, so I did get some of those, and it's just like, oh my god, it'd be such a nightmare. But I would love to see that as a series. I always kind of wanted one for the Enterprise crew as well. You get to see a little bit of it with Geordi and Chief O'Brien trying to fix things, but those were rarely the focus. Like, I just kind of want to see the maintenance crew just working on this stuff. I think that might be what the lower decks are, but I wanted a less goofy version of that than lower decks. Alright, so that's it for the body. Now we get to build the head. The little Romanesque head thingy. Alright, so A18. Yay, head! There's a joke there, but I'm not going to make it. Okay. And 19. Yeah. It's okay, I already did. And PC4. I gotta bop out and get dinner before every place in Wichita gets overrun by airmen. Fair enough, Skell. I will see you later. I hope you have a good dinner, man. Once again, if you miss the stream, or you have to come in late, or you have to leave early, I do upload these to YouTube after I'm done, and you can find them under Bastion's art stream from Horatio Bastion Wells III channel. But yeah, so I'll upload all these there. I will try to get it fixed so I can simulcast to YouTube at the same time that I'm casting to Peace. Same time I'm casting to Twitch, but we will see. I don't know. For some reason it wanted to not work today. I'm pretty much tied with Monarch for Scuff. Let's see. What can we talk about? What can we talk about? So I like the different Gundam series. Like I said, I really like Gundam Wing, Mobile Suit Gundam. I'm not a fan of Zeta, but it's not terrible. I'm just not a huge fan of it. I'm working my way through Universal Century Timeline. That's going to take me a bit. Okay, so that goes on the bottom. If any of my one viewer at the moment wants to chime in with something, we can talk about that. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep talking about Gundam. There we go. Why is there a gap there? Is something going to go there? Maybe something goes there. That's, yeah. Zex Marquis, excellent character. Hiro Yui, cold, emotionless mostly, but good character. You get some development going on. Katra, not a fan of Katra. I see his usefulness. I know why he's useful. I just don't really like him. Wu Fei, that guy. My God. Loses his temper all the time. That's his emotions. Get the better of him. Loses a good amount of his important fights. But then always says that like he looks down on women and saying they can't fight, but he just gets his butt handed to him all the freaking time. And the women of that series, other than Relina, very useful. Yeah, one of them started as naive, and she did learn and got better, but like, just he never gets called out on his crap. And I wish he did. But it's always amusing watching him just kind of yell at everybody and act like he's better, and then just get humbled real quick. Choa Barton, in many ways, even less emotional than Hiro Yui, but he's like calm and collected and tries to see the good in everybody. Noble dude. I like him. So it's like 3 out of 5 of the Gundam pilots from Gundam Wing. Zex Marquis, and then what was his name? He was the Napoleon character. Tallgeese Kushranada. Let's see. A3. Oh, 3. That's a clear one. It's always difficult when the pieces get this small. To try to shave down the little nubs and nips that you have to. Yeah, I think over the next week I'm going to be looking at how to set up this so that you get more on your screen and it's not going to be in my way. we'll see. And I'm also going to look up, see about music copyrights and how that works, so that I can maybe have some music going. So next stream might be a little bit better quality, hopefully. You gotta be careful when using a file rather than sandpaper, because the file is a much lower grit and will take out chunks bigger, or bigger chunks quicker than with sandpaper with the lower grit or the higher grits. So this is a file that's probably going to be like a 24 grit or something like that. And the higher the number, the less it takes off at a time and the smoother it makes it. So you've got a file, which is going to be like 24, and then you got like the 600, 800, 1000, and smoother and smoother and smoother. It'll take less and less off, so you have to be less and less careful as you go up. But sometimes you just want to get rid of that nub super quick and be done with it. Alright, so it says the things go up, and you put that on there, and then this guy will come down on here. And then it gives some instructions, and I'm not sure what those instructions say. We're gonna look through the translator and see about that one. I don't know what those instructions are telling me to do. Oh. Says by selecting the mounting position of the head mask, you can reproduce facial expressions. See image on page 11. I'm not really sure, like, there is a difference between those images. That's just a strange gimmick to put. Okay. Okay, so did that. Next up, A4. Okay. Man, this thing is so tiny. Why is this so tiny? What is that even doing? Alright. And then, oh, this is for a sticker. Okay. 117. Here we go. This guy. It's such a small piece. So in the uh, Gundam Build Fighters um, series, they are like sort of in the real world with all the different Gundam series to watch, and they have Gunpla, but then they have like this science fiction technology that lets them make the special plastic they use in their Gunpla move, so they can build it and then have like a virtual cockpit and fight. Piss, fuck, crap. What in the world? Okay. Congratulations, Frederico. Uh, Frederico. Whatever. You know how to write some words. Not all of them. But okie dokie. You do you, man. 5. Okay. Just gonna stop responding to you. Okay. I mean, if all you're gonna do is be a troll, I'm just gonna boot you. Does this look like a drawing stream at the moment? Okay. Never understood trolls. Like, what's the point? What do you get out of it? Attention? Congratulations. Looks like you're playing with Lego. They're, it's not Lego. Like, it's not really meant to be combined in a bunch of different ways like Legos are. It's a Gundam Model Kit. So, the anime series of Gundam, these are models based off of those. So, it's similar, I guess, but not really the same. Like, these are designed to go in together in one way, rather than Lego that you can build in a bunch of different ways. So boring. Well, some people it would be boring. I find it relaxing and very interesting. But yeah, I can see how it would be boring to some people. Looks like you're fixing a broken Hoover part. I guess. I've never really thought about it that way, but I guess so. Right now, this is not fitting together quite like I... Let's get some of the next parts, and maybe that will make it stay. It looks like it fits smoothly. doesn't. What? Wait. Oh. Okay. Haha. There's no hurrying this. I missed a step. I apologize for that. H114. That's why it wasn't fitting together properly. There we go. I mean, if you're wanting this to be done in 5 minutes, you're going to be sorely mistaken. There's like... you're going to be disappointed because there's like 19 pages of this, and I'm on page 7. And I've been going for about 2 hours. So, you can do that math. It's going to be a bit. Buy the model built, even if it costs more money. That, I mean, if all you want to do is, just show off that you have that model, you can do that. There are people who build models and then sell them. But most of the fun of a model comes from building the model. How long does it take you to put together a model on average? It depends on the level of the model. Master grade, which is what this one is. If I go through and do it very quickly, 5, 6 hours. Sound boarded? I don't know what boarded means. Bored. Sorry. No, I'm not bored. It's just how I speak when I'm trying to articulate what I mean in a way that lets people understand. But also when I get excited, which I can get very excited if you were here for earlier in the stream, I kind of get loud and speak quickly, and it makes it harder to understand me. So I try to speak slowly. But yeah, so no, I'm not bored. I like doing this. That's why I have so many of these. I enjoy putting stuff together and building things. And eventually I'll get to the point where I'll kit bash them. Like, I want to get a second one of this and build it and kit bash it with a different model kit. But, yep. Alright, so I messed that up on this step, which is here and here. And then go on here. There we go. I knew there was a reason for that gap there. I just couldn't figure out what it was. That's why. There we go. Haha. Did you get excited when the ordeal is finally over? What, missing the piece and then finding it? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, see, I was missing that white piece right there and was just trying to put the yellow pieces together, and that's why nothing was fitting properly. Here we go. Now we can put this. Yeah, turn that around. Now we can put this. Now it's fitting. Haha. Okay. Can it really just slide? I don't see what. Oh, it barely moves anyways. Okay. That's fine. Form of self-punishment. If it's not something you like to do, then, I mean, yeah, it would be a kind of a punishment if it's not something you enjoy. But I enjoy this, so it's not really self punishment. All right. A989. Oh. I mean, yeah. I kind of figured you had that opinion since your name is Federico Trump. I don't really know a whole lot of people with the last name of Trump, so kind of figured you were a fan with the screen name like that. But I will let you know this is not a political stream. If you want to do that, you can go somewhere else. I don't like discussing politics on this. This is about art and doing things, various things like drawing, painting, building models, making costume parts. All political streams banned me. Yeah, no, see, that's not how that works because I'll just ban you too. So if you want to keep on topic of what I'm doing or other art things, you can stay. If you start talking politics on here, you're going to leave. That's how that works. G13. Other art things like what? Well, all right. So there's different styles. You can talk about what your favorite art movement is, what your favorite artist is. There's comic books, video games, movies, TV shows, how they do certain things, like how whether or not you think practical effects are better or worse than computer generated effects and images. Drawing, yep. So eventually I will work my way back up to that. I did get an associate's degree, 2-year degree in fine arts, and I used to be quite good at drawing, but I have not done that in a while. I've lost some of my skills, so I'm going to be doing some more of that, and on stream I'll be relearning it while also trying to teach the techniques that I remember and what I do for drawing and painting. So yeah, that's part of it. Painting, ceramics. Yes, but this isn't going to be a lewd stream either. It's not really that difficult to draw two lopsided U's. No, I'm not. This is not a lewd stream. I'm not going to be doing that. For those of you on YouTube who are not seeing this, I have a person in chat who, okay, he's asking for me to like draw boobs or wants to talk politics. I'm not doing that. For those of you on YouTube who do not see the chat, that's what I'm responding to. But yeah, I'm not doing a lewd stream. I'm not going to ever do a lewd stream. This is me and my hobbies and what I like to do, and passing on the knowledge and skills that I have in doing these things that I like to do for those who want to do that themselves. I am not in this for the money. This is just me doing this because I enjoy doing these things, and I want to make sure that if other people want to do it, they have this somewhere to learn the skills and techniques. So I don't care about money. I don't care. Well, I mean, if you can draw a ball, you can draw boobs. It's not that difficult to do. But I'm not going to be doing a lewd stream and just working on that stuff. I'm not going to be doing anything of that nature. It doesn't matter. I want people of all ages to be able to come to these things. Can you not do the shadows and stuff on them? I mean, yeah, I can do the shadows and highlights and rendering and things like that, absolutely. But I mean, it's a transferable skill. It's round objects, any kind of basketball or football or eyeball. It's the same technique. You just got to know where the light's coming from to do the shadows. I'll just have to use the groove shape on your green table. The circles? How old are you, man? Like, seriously. $14. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's see. So, these two put together. Okay, so this is in front. This goes in front. And then this goes this. There we go. And then put this down here. Alright, there we go. Ta-da! So, if there are things you want to learn about drawing this stuff, then, I mean, there's art classes. A lot of libraries will do free art classes. Most drawing skills are transferable. So if you want to draw something and they're not wanting to teach you how to draw that thing, I mean, find something of a similar shape, draw that, add the details you want. Like if they're drawing, if you want to learn how to draw dragons and they're not teaching dragons but they're teaching lizards and bats, you just take a lizard and add the bat wings to it and there you go. A lot of these techniques are transferable. So right now the instructions telling me to do the arms. I'm going to do the legs first. I always skip and do the legs first so I can have it standing while I build the arms. But yeah, so there are different ways to learn. Can you not just find a real dragon? A real dragon? No. I mean, you can use pictures or like statues, figurines as reference. Like how those ones in. I mean, they have statues and pictures, but they don't have. Like dragons aren't like they're a mythical creature. They're not a real thing. And also, most of those don't really have bat wings the way that Western dragons do. Those are two different types of dragons. See. Okay, so these will be done twice. So everything you need to clip twice. Well, they are old, I guess. I mean, they are old, but they also just aren't designed to have wings. Like Chinese Eastern dragons mostly don't have wings. They're like bearded snakes with 4 legs. Like Shenlong from Dragon Ball Z. Or Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. All those. Western dragons are the ones with the 4 legs and 2 wings. So it's not really so much that they're old, it's just 2 different styles. 18. Eventually I will be doing a art stream where I'll be doing, yeah, like a different species. Um, Most of the time, Western dragons are evil and greedy or mindless and destructive. And Eastern dragons usually are more intelligent and peaceful, but capable of great destruction because they also have magic. Uh, Usually, not always, there are some that are different and they fit outside the norm. So, uh, but most of the time, that's the way that kind of works. Um, Eventually, I will be doing some drawing and painting streams. So, and not just working on pre-made things that I'm putting together, or like with my previous streams where I paint minis for D&D and whatnot. So those are pre-made items that I'm doing the painting on in my own way. But I will be doing, not sure if magic actually exists apart from ghosts. Well, I mean, dragons don't exist, so but I mean, some of us don't even believe in ghosts. But I mean, if you think ghosts are real, then ghosts are real. How do you they found dragons? They have not. They have found skeletons that they have previously attributed to dragons, but have since found to be things like dinosaurs and other things of that ancientness that aren't dinosaurs. Like, I'm not really sure what the different classifications of those things are. So I'll call everything from a Triceratops to a Tyrannosaurus Rex to a pterodon a dinosaur, when in fact they're not dragon or dinosaurs at all. I think Triceratops is the only one who's an actual dinosaur. But yeah, GC22. I will be doing things like drawing in pencil, drawing in ink, drawing in whatchamacallit, charcoal, painting with oil painting. I paint minis in acrylic, but I paint on canvas and oil. So it was like some are dinosaurs, some are dragons. No, none of them are dragons. It's just different classifications based on what era they're from. Like a Tyrannosaurus and a pterodactyl or pterodon or Triceratops, they were never in the same era. Triceratops is the one with the 3 horns. If you've seen Land Before Time, that would be Sarah. 3 horns aren't supposed to talk to long necks. That's an old movie. That's from my time. It's also, if you've seen the original Jurassic Park, it's the one that was sick. They look like rhinos. Yeah, they look like 3-horned rhinos. Yep, that's them. But yeah, so none of them were actual dinosaurs, or none of them were actual dragons. Dragons aren't real; they're mythical creatures like a phoenix. But yeah, it's just different classifications based off of what era they were, and only some of them are dinosaurs. But I am not a paleontologist, so I don't know what those classifications are. I just call them all dinosaurs. Yes, like pterodactyls and pterodons, those flew. They did fly. They had those giant stretched out wings and whatnot. But they weren't dragons. They just had wings. Eventually, they did evolve into birds of today. So, we get to eat velociraptors for Thanksgiving. Well, dragons have well, for one, dragons usually breathe fire. Dragons are also lizards, whereas dinosaurs are birds. They are sometimes capable of intelligence and even human speech. Like I've said before, the Eastern ones are capable of magic. Uh, they do have intelligence enough to be greedy, like a greed of a dragon, dragon's horde kind of thing. Um, but the fire breathing is usually the dead giveaway. It's a dragon and not a dinosaur. Um, how do you know all of this about them if they don't exist? Well, the same reason I know about Superman and he doesn't exist. I mean, we have books and stories and movies and things written about them. We show them all the time. It's just we don't. They're they're mythological. Like I know about Zeus and Heracles and Achilles. They weren't real. I know about Loki and Thor and Odin. They're not real. Well, yes, Superman is an alien, but he's also just a fictional person. Um, I mean, I know about Batman. He's a human. Dragons are based on bones. You can learn that on Google. You can learn a lot of things on Google that don't exist. You can learn about Batman on Google. You can learn about uh, the Discworld series by Terry Pratchett. Well, I guess the series exists, but the characters don't actually. We found Superman's bones. We'll learn more about him. I mean, if we found Superman's bones, our entire understanding of everything would be turned on its head. Like, if we found a fictional character's bones, our theories of multiverse are now confirmed. That would pretty much turn everything on its head. And let me tell you, if we find out multiverse exists with other dimensions that have better tech than we do, our wars are going to be just awful. Especially if someone tries to go into 40K. Oh man, we're all dead. Okay, so let's see. Got, and this will go flat side forward. And then put that together like this. Alright, and we'll just do the same thing. How's your day going, Essie? Isn't the multiverse a fictional creation because it's an Iron Man movie? Well, the multiverse wasn't talked about in the Iron Man movies. It was in the MCU, like the Doctor Strange multiverse of madness and things like that. Like it is there. You're correct, but it's not a. We have a theory that the multiverse exists. We just don't have a confirmation of it. Um, and we're not sure exactly how it works, even if it does exist. Right now, for us, it's a theoretical thing, which means we have theories on it, we have thoughts about it, theorems trying to describe it and see how it would work, but we don't have any kind of real confirmation that it's a thing. The closest thing that we got would be quantum mechanics, but even then, like it's a weird metaphysical thing. It's very fascinating, and it gives us a lot of really good stories. One day I do hope to find out that it is kind of true, but that's going to be far in the future. But yeah, so there's different ways for like a multiverse to work uh, in theory. So you've got the separate timeline model of um, every choice we make, there is a universe where we made a different choice. A lot of people would say, like, it's almost like a binary. So, like, today you chose to go to Burger King for lunch. Well, when you made that choice, another choice was when you went to KFC for lunch. But in reality, it could be anywhere from, it's not just one choice, because it's not just Burger King or KFC. You also have McDonald's and Carl's Jr. or Hardee's, depending on what part of the country you're from, or Chick-fil-A or whatever. So instead of splitting off into two separate universes or timelines, it's thousands, hundreds, thousands, millions, whatever, however many different choices you can make at that moment are being made at that moment. So there's that kind of multiverse, but there's also the kind like you see explored in things like DC Comics or Marvel Comics, or Rick and Morty. I take it you probably enjoy Rick and Morty. The different universes sometimes work on the same laws, but sometimes work on very different laws. So in one universe, you might have Superman who can fly. In another universe, you have a Superman who can't fly. And in another verse, you don't have Superman at all. But then there's another universe where Superman does exist, but only as a fictional character. That would be one like us. So it's very complicated. But if we found the fictional character of Superman's bones in real life, everything changes. All of our understanding of science and dimensions and universes and biology, all of it's turned on its head, and we're going to have a lot of scientific upheaval in a very short amount of time. B16. Where is 6? Oh, there it is. Alright. Put you over here. And need a B26 to go on the other foot. C115 and C215. The C2 is on top. So how are you doing today, Frederico? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a good day. How'd you come across my stream? Were you just looking through art streams, or were you just exploring through Twitch and found mine, or how'd you come across this? D8. Oops. That's a D9. Whoopsie. D8. Down to one viewer. Well, I hope Frederico has a good day today. Oh no. We're good. Crisis averted. Well, Frederico, in case that one viewer is not you, but you do come back across this when I upload it to YouTube. I hope you have a good day. I hope you get to do a bunch of things you like to do. I hope you learn like new techniques if that's what you're wanting to do. And I'm not going to block you because you did stop with, being kind of trollish at the start. So I welcome you back to the next one. And as long as we can be respectful to each other, it's all going to be good. But yeah, I hope you have a good day. I hope you enjoy your time, wherever you are. I don't remember if I answered, but Serene786 asked how long it takes to put together a model on average. I don't remember if I actually answered that or not, so I'm going to answer it now. So for things like the gotcha machine, Gunpla's, like 30 minutes maybe. I usually do one per episode of anime, so 20 to 30 minutes. And that's just because I take my time in filing down or sanding down things to be smooth. If I just were to clip it apart and put it together, it'd take like 10-15 minutes, maybe. For high grades, maybe an hour. Real grades, I've never put together a real grade, so I'm not sure how long that would take. The master grades could be anywhere from 5 to 8 hours. So I'm probably not going to be finishing this one today. I might do a part 2 stream tomorrow morning, maybe. So that I can finish this in the same weekend. But I won't finish this one off stream. My rule is that if I start this thing on stream, I'm not going to finish it off stream. Now, I might finish like a technique or something off stream. So if I'm trying to whittle a piece of wood down to a certain shape and I'm like most of the way through, but stream's about to end, I might finish it. I'll be like, look, I'm going to finish this point and then I'll stop to make that shape. But if there's no new techniques. It's just you watching me whittle down to this shape. And so I'll just do that off stream. From now on, if I'm going to be priming my minis before painting them, I'll do that off stream because I've already shown that technique on those videos. So there's no reason to take up that much time of my streams doing it. For the master grades, they do take a while. Like, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I have a head and a body. I don't have arms, I don't have legs. I'm working on legs currently. I don't have the wings, I don't have the weapons. So it takes a while to get through these. A perfect grade, I've started on the head of the perfect grade for the RX-72 or RX-78-2. Started on that perfect grade, but I've only gotten the head, and I did that before I started streaming. So yeah, look at that. So there we go. His foot, like the toes come up. It's pretty cool. So I don't know how long it'll take a perfect grade, but that's probably going to be a long time based off of how long a master grade takes. So sometimes on these Gunplas, they will tell you to do something twice. That means you're going to be using it twice. So like for the legs, a lot of these instructions, so it just starts from the start. It'll say ×2 on the picture. There we go. ×2 right there. And then it'll give you like the C1 18 and the C2 18. So that's for one side, it's for one foot, for the other foot. C1 19, C2 19. One foot, the other foot. The PC 22, they have 2 of those, so you just get both, one for one foot, one for the other foot. And then when it comes time to differentiate it, one leg from the other, right leg from left, it'll tell you which one. So some of them are specific to the side, some are not. So that's how those are doing. That's why I'm doing 2 at the same time. Alright, so C114. Alright. Oh, I don't know why I did that. That's 14. That's 13. So I need both of those anyways. Yay, I did that on purpose. I was just testing you. C2, 14, 13. And then I need F4. And I need 2 of those per foot. TC21. Okay, now for the sanding. Let's see, what can we talk about? For those of you who will maybe watch this when it's up on YouTube, maybe comment what's your favorite Gundam, and what is your favorite, like, what's your favorite Gundam series, what is your favorite Gundam mobile suit, and what is your favorite non-Gundam mobile suit. So, like, for me, my favorite Gundam series is Gundam Wing, but it is not the best Gundam series. It's just my favorite. My favorite Gundam is the Wing Zero, but the one I would want in real life, if I were to actually get one, would be the Strike Freedom, just because of its capabilities. But my favorite non-Gundam mobile suit, I like the Zaku's, and the I want to say they're the Taurus and the Leos. I like the Leos. Yeah, the Leos and the Zaku's. Those are my favorites. I like them for different reasons, so I'm not really sure which one to choose. I'm gonna go with the Zaku. I like the spiked shoulder pauldron and the little gas mask like thing going around to the front. I need to see if there's a way to be able to put up the comments on the recorded video. Huh. I need to see if that's a thing I can do. I need to check on music, and I need to see about getting a different video set up so that it's not so much empty space I'm not working with, and it can zoom in. I don't know. I need to check on that stuff. I'm still learning how to stream and record videos and things like that, how to make it look good. I'm still learning that stuff. So I thank you for your patience and understanding, and that I'm not good at this yet. So we're probably gonna go for another 2 hours. It'll be noon at that point for me. Time for lunch. Go out and explore. It's kind of rainy today, so I don't really have a whole lot of outside activities I can do. So that's why I'm okay doing a longer stream today. Okay. Add this one. Put it with the whole two down. It's not all to fit together. Oh, I see what happened. I got smushed. Let's try this again. There we go. All right. Shows it's up and down, so it needs to go at the bottom. And that needs to go in the front. No. There we go. Now we got 2 feet. All right. And 3. B 1, 2, and B 2, 2. Okay, so this is the knee. So we're building the knee right now. So this is the kneecap, I guess. All right. Sand it down. So let's see. Tallgeese went through 3 iterations on the show. 2 of them in the show proper, and then 1 for Endless Waltz. And even though this box says Endless Waltz on it, it is not the iteration from that OVA. OVA uses a railgun for his weapon, and this is clearly using an actual, like, normal kind of gun. It is beefy, though. The other 2 aren't as beefy. I have to look it up, see which model they're using. But yeah, Zex Marquis, the guy who pilots the Tallgeese and is the Char clone from Gundam Wing, is he's kind of a warrior, poet, philosopher guy. Problem is, some of his stuff I don't really think is quite as smart as he tries to make it sound. So, like in Endless Waltz, he's like, I request my code name be Wind. It's appropriate for someone who puts out fires. It's like, if the wind is strong enough and the fire is weak enough, like breath in a candle, yes. But like a forest fire, the wind just kind of spreads that. So I'm not really sure if he thought that one all the way through. Alright, so let's see, we've got 4, 3, fits right there, and then the kneecap. This is the first time I've had a knee work like this before. Interesting. wish I could control the... I gotta figure out if there's a way to manually control that zoom. Okay. Next up, E4. Well, I'll be needing E5. Not at the moment. E5 will be the left leg. So we'll go ahead and clip those out. And then we're gonna need PC 18 and 19. Gonna need another PC19 for the next step, so we're gonna just clip that out. Alright. I'm gonna do a C1 8. 6, 7, 9, 10. C1 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Oh, that's a B. I'm an idiot. That's why I couldn't find that. C1 8. There we go. That's the one I need. Alright. There we go. C1 8. And then C1 16 and 17. That's these guys. C2 8 and 16 and 17. Okie dokie. Once again, I hope everyone's doing okay. Hope you're having a good day. What are some of your hobbies that you like to do? You know, I like to paint minis, play D&D, play video games, Gundam Model Kit building. What are some stuff that you guys like to do? I dabbled in crochet for a little bit, because my ex also did crochet. Just something fun for us to do together or for each other. I stopped when we broke up. Still have my crochet stuff. Just don't really have any call to use it for me, and I don't have enough interest in it to do it for like a permanent hobby or for money making. So it's just kind of needles and some stuff just sitting around, taking up space. Probably just need to get rid of it. Just give it away or sell it. Do need to learn how to sew just for my own stuff though. I can put a button on a shirt and that's about the extent of my sewing capabilities. Especially since I want to do like costume things. Sewing is very important to that. Or at least for the clothing portion. If I can get my way up to 1,000 viewers on TikTok, or subscribers on TikTok, I can simulcast there. But I don't have the 1,000. I guess I could just use a phone, just have it at a slightly different angle. Maybe I'll do that next week. More viewers, more comments. To interact with. Anybody watch the Lore Olympus, or read Lore Olympus on webtoons or webcomics, or it's the webtoon app? I do. It's one of my favorites. It's the only one I'm like super excited to see every time. Like I follow a couple of different stories, but that's the one. Every Sunday afternoon for me. Saturday night for the US, but in case you don't know, on the Webtoons app is this webcomic called Lore Olympus, and it is about uh, Hades and Persephone falling in love, and it is adorable, and I love it. But every Sunday afternoon for me, Saturday night for the U.S., a new chapter comes out, and it's so good. Alright, so we need you. That goes down. The big guy goes in there. It's even on both ways, so it doesn't matter. There we go. And the 9 is up. Okay, and then this has a 9 that's down. There's your internal knee. Okay. Also, for any American audiences, this is a Saturday, 17th, which means tomorrow is Father's Day. So, if you're seeing this later today when I have it uploaded, you're one of my viewers right now, or you see it tomorrow, call your dad or your grandpa, which is what I'll be doing, and make sure that they know that, you know, you love them and you respect them and you're grateful for them. Wait a minute. Shoot. Went the wrong direction. Yep, there we go. That was close. Almost made more work for myself. Fantastic. Alright. I need a PC-20. 2 of those. And PC-2. 2 of those. A5. A5. C 28 and 29. Oh, sorry, 27 and 29. Alright. Yeah, there we go. Six and 28 is for the left leg. So I got that clipped out. Oh, excuse me. And then B1, 27, 29. And then 26 and 28 for the left leg. Sometimes if two steps are kind of connected and also what is that? Simple, not a lot of parts, I will do 2 steps at a time just to hurry it along, make it a little easier on me and less stopping between putting it together and sanding it and putting it, or like clipping it out, sanding it, putting it together. So it's had like a mini stroke right there. Just could not get that out. I think this time works out better than my previous doing it Saturday nights for me. This is the second week in a row I've done this, and the other ones I wasn't able to do it 2 weeks in a row. So I think it's good. I think I'll keep this this time. It's just the stream length will vary depending on what I'm doing and what I need to do that day. Oh, sorry. I think we might be able to get done before noon, because it's like an hour and a half till noon. I think we might be able to get done with the legs and the arms. I don't think I'm going to be able to get to his wings or weapons. So that'll be for the next time. Alright. Let's get these guys together. Alright. What do we got? Did that part. The knee. Okay. Oops. Should have done that first. Come on. Oh, it fit together so cleanly. No. Can I fit that in there? Probably not. Nope. Ugh. Gonna have to take it all the way off. That is unfortunate. Alright, nothing's broken. We're good. Alright, this goes in first. And then it goes on here. Okay, there we go. And then yeah. Okay. Alright, check it out. Pretty nifty, huh? No, it's not. Oh, oh. Pretty cool. Alright, time for the other one. Make sure to put this in first. Make the same mistake twice. Bam. Yay, what's this supposed to be? Let's see, this is the right leg, and right here is the one I'm working on is the left leg. I just find it easier if it's a mirror image of each other, just do it at the same time. Yeah, the Tallgeese has got some tree trunk legs. Like, his thighs are thunder thighs. Worthy of Thor. Alright, there's the other one. Pretty neat how they have this stuff working together. There we go. Alright, let's get the next pieces. B1, 11, and 12. 3, 4, and 7. And 7. B2. 11, 12, 3, 4, and 7. Alright. One of my other favorite series is Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny. And I know it's got its flaws, and it's got major flaws. So, like, the anatomy for the humans is just terrible. Like, especially the faces. Like, the arms and legs are too long. But that could just be down to stylistic choice. The faces are just wrong. Like, it's just, don't like that. The mobile suits themselves are good, though. Clean lines of animation. Kind of stiff on the movements, though. And they reuse the same shot several times. Like, they've done that on every show. Like, that's a budget-saving thing, but this is kind of obvious when it does it, unfortunately. And it is basically just a retelling of the original Mobile Suit Gundam series, but with, like, newer suits that do more. I'm gonna put you in pieces like your Gundam. I mean, you can. So, I mean, it has its detractors of being very derivative. The animation is just kind of meh, and the anatomy of the humans is bad. But I like it that it shows. What was that noise? It was weird. I don't know. Some kind of noise. Anyways. I like that it really goes into the escalation of these powers that just, not like superpowers, but like national powers and their militaries. And that it's also natural humans versus designer babies that are just stronger, faster, smarter, more capable, made in test tubes. Like, they're not from scratch. They still use, like, sperm and egg from a human, but they grow them in the test tube so they can make them look and sound and act and whatever, just like they want to. So you get parents with designer babies, and we're getting to that point. in science, and I don't know. I like the it's like how would we treat people who are just naturally better at everything? Should they be allowed to compete with natural born humans? I mean, that's just it's not even like they were naturally born with more gifts, you know, bigger lungs or longer arms or whatever, like you see with um, runners or Michael Phelps. Like it wasn't just an accident of evolution. Like these kids were given these gifts specifically to be better. And is it fair to natural born humans that they have to compete against someone who just is better? And I like that. And that's the crux of what the different sides, the Earth Federation Nationals, or the what are they called? They're not Xeon. It's basically Xeon, but they're not Xeon. It's whatever they are in Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny. But Zaft. I knew it started with a Z. Zaft. Called coordinators was that their names are. Don't know why they're called coordinators, but that's just what they're called. That are the designer babies. Okay, let's see. Oh, front. And back. It's weird. Okay. And then it's weird that that's in two pieces, but okie dokie. And then the big piece goes in front. All right. Keeps getting caught right there. But there we go. Look at that. Alright, so B15 and B25. I like Gundam 00. It's a good one too. Like I mentioned earlier, though, it does break my willing suspension of disbelief there at the very end. I believe it was during the movie. I'd have to rewatch the series and be sure, but until that point, I really liked it. it's the first time I've ever seen them like as like a team. Like in Gundam Wing, like they were 5 individuals all piloting 5 Gundams, but they did not work as a team. They were individuals completing the same end goal by different means. But the Double O guys were a squad. Like, yeah, they went on their solo missions, but they were working for the same organization, and they did team up, work as a team, and their mobile suits were built around being able to do that. One was like a striker type, and one was like he was like the assault type. He had a big sword and like a machine gun. One transformed into a jet and was able to fly around faster than the others. One was had heavy artillery and bombardment capabilities, and one was a sniper. So they worked like that. But yeah. Ta-da! Oop. Oh no. I don't like it when that's a separate part. I just prefer it when that's actually just the same piece as the leg. There we go. Now we got 2 legs. Time for the waist. Oh, first a stretch. Okay. That felt good. Alright. Now we've got a body and 2 legs. Next up is the waist, and then he'll be able to stand on his own. PC 11. And C30, 32, and 33. Okay, here we go. So we need you to go here. You to go here. And you to go here. Okay. Next up, I need D17. And E8. That's weird. It's getting notification buzzing, but didn't have any notifications. Sorry. So I will be going, I'll be moving next year. So for a little while, I won't really have the capabilities of streaming. And then even when I get that ability back, I'm not sure what all I'm going to be able to have with me at the moment. So the streams might be a little bit different, but we'll see. That's like a year from now, so it's not really relevant at the moment. Alright. Okay. Now, B1, 20, 21, 22. Gotta be careful. So, you gotta be careful ones like this because, let's see if I can show it. Come on, focus. There we go. Alright. So, on this one, you can see there's a tab that comes out, and then there's like the nib that you cut off. You gotta be careful not to cut off the tab. That's important. So you gotta be careful when coming across and cutting those, so you don't accidentally snip off something you're supposed to have on there. I know there's like people who go around to different streams. They find streams with like 1 or 2 viewers, and they like go in and talk to them. I wonder if they only do that for like gaming streams, or if they would do it for art streams too. I don't know. This is something to think about. I'm not sure what their criteria is. You find what I ask. Because maybe they just wanted to give, like, gaming streamers some subs, or maybe they just any streamers, or I don't know. A7. I don't think we're going to get to the arms today. We'll get done with the waist. I don't think we're going to make it to the arms. G14. Book my flight, my hotel. Well, it's still cheap. I don't know why it always says there's at least one viewer. Does it count me as a viewer? I don't know how this thing works. Okay. Put it in. Twist it down. Put it in. Twist it down. That's why you need the tabs. I don't know if you can see. Let's see if it'll focus. Focus. Oh no, don't focus on my hand. Freaking skin tone. Just making. You're being a pain right now. I wish you weren't being a pain right now. Oh, that's as low as it goes. I'll turn it off. It makes no difference. So close. Also, my thumb is in. How's my thumb in focus, but the thing right next to it is not. Anyways, the tab is what's stopping it from. Tab is what's stopping it from over rotating. C15. And C25. We're going to see if that cuts down on the glare. Well, maybe it was the other one that was glaring. It's got stronger shadows now. We'll see how that works for a little while, and then we'll turn it back on if we need to. Alright. H1, 2, and H1, 1. E19 and 20. See, this is 20, so it goes on the left, or on the right side. 19 goes on the left side. Yep. I wish the control was a little closer to the light. Oh, that does get brighter. Okay, how about changing it to... I do ask those who are viewers, either on the stream or on the video after I upload it to YouTube. I am a one-man circus doing this, so there comes up something that I need to take care of. Technologically, I gotta do it myself, so the things I'm doing is going to stop while that gets taken care of. So I don't have anyone to watch the lighting and see if it changes and blah blah blah. So I gotta do that between takes, or if I think of it during a take and I think it might work, I'll do that. So it's just, it's a little harder when it's one person. It's a little rougher, and I am capable of doing the thing. I just have to learn. So I gotta part of what this is learning. So I might do a part 2 of this tomorrow to finish the Tallgeese, and then next week on the regular stream go back to doing the minis, because I do have so many of those to do. And I am doing some outside of the stream, but the ones with the techniques that I'm going to try to show and show how to do, I have to wait till I'm on stream, otherwise it does no good, because I'm not showing you how to do it. So I have about 45 minutes left, 40 minutes left till noon. We're going to try to get him standing. Alright, so this goes into this, and then goes into this. And that will go this. Yeah, that's right. Where is it attached, though? There we go. Oh. Show you that in a second. Let's get this one on. I don't know. Okay. So this will be like the backside of the mobile suit, and then ta-da! It's pretty neat. All right. Okay. H1 3. G115. This is the first I we've used. I210 and I29. So I210 is right, and I29 is left. And then I need E16 for the right. Excuse me. And 17 for left. And G18, or yeah, and G17. So and there are stickers on these guys. It's just some more of the red dots. That is all the pieces for this. Now I can sand, put it together, and then leg, hip thingy, or actually I'll put waist, leg, hip, and that will probably be the end of the stream. I think we'll just call it at that point. Okay. I already did that. Did I do this one? Yep, sure did. So this Saturday morning thing is a good time, I think, for me to run this stream, because I was able to do it 2 weeks in a row, which is something I haven't been able to do before. It leaves the rest of my day open to doing things. I don't really have to worry about conserving energy or anything like that, so I think from now on this is going to be the time, and the consistency will help me get more viewers, or so I'm told. So alright. Get this. Put this on here. Alright. We got this. Should go here. Alright. And then we got this guy. Goes in here. And we got these two. Down. And that's gonna go right here. Alright, now we'll just do the same thing again for this side. No. Alright. And now for the stickers. And they go here. There. Seriously. Can't remember what the yellow arrow is going. Maybe that's the wings. Okie dokie. Now the picture says to put the legs on before you put the waist on, but I find that's just harder for me to do. Like in every Gundam model I've ever done that does this, it's just always harder because the legs are in the way and I can't press properly. It's because the legs will come down right here, and trying not to pop the legs back off again just makes it harder for me. So I just wait until I pop the waist on and then I'll pop the legs on. And right leg and left leg. Alright. Okay, well, that's still about half an hour before noon, but I'm going to go ahead and call it. But this is what we have so far. He is beefy boy when it comes to his thighs. Like, this man's got some thick thighs. But yeah, so that's the first half of Tallgeese. So what I'm going to do is, next week is going to be back to painting minis. Let me do this. Okay, so that's it for the art stream today. We've been going for 4 hours. But next week we will go back to painting minis. But what I'm going to do is that I'm going to come back on tomorrow at 7 a.m. Tokyo time. Finish this guy up. We're going to do the arms and the wings and the shield and his gun. We'll do the weapons. So we'll do the wings and arms, wings, and accoutrements. And that's what we're going to do. So tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Tokyo time, come back for part 2 of this Gundam Gunpla Kit build. And then next week, Saturday, 7 a.m. Tokyo time, we'll be back to painting minis and doing that stuff. And I hope to see you there, and I hope you have a great day. So this is Horatio Bastion Wells III, signing off.